I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Santa Fe Public School Board of Education, April 24th, 2025 at 3 p.m. We'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance and salute to the New Mexico flag, acknowledgement of tribal land, and then approval of agenda. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, libre con justicia para todos. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Saludo la bandera del Estado de Nuevo México, el símbolo Zia de amistad perfecta entre culturas unidas. We acknowledge that our Board of Education meeting is taking place on occupied indigenous land. We acknowledge the Tesuque Pueblo lands and other tribal lands on which we stand. We honor these people, past, present, and future. We acknowledge the history and ongoing colonization of where we are sitting right now in New Mexico and in our country. We acknowledge our own place in the story of colonization. Okay, thank you. Introduction of interpreter.
Para asistencia de traducción en español, la señora Rivera te ayudará.
Thank you. And now we need to approve the agenda. Are there any changes, Dr. Garcia, to the?
No, I just need to check with council, though. Superintendent, there's no superintendent's update. That one comment that I wanted to make, can I do it as a point of privilege or to inform the board, or we can't do it? Can't do it? All right.
Okay, any changes from the board? Can I have a motion regarding the agenda?
I move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, public forum.
Good afternoon, Board President, members of the Board, Superintendent Dr. Garcia. Today we have two in-house public speakers and that want to address public forum, and then one online. The Santa Fe Public Schools Board of Education Public Forum Ground Rules. Public forum includes online and/or virtual participation as needed, as well as in-person comments when the board holds in-person meetings. Please listen and speak with respect. No uncivil conduct will be permitted. Please do not discuss any specific student who is not your own. No sharing of time. Self-monitor and observe the 3-minute time limit. You will receive a 30-second warning when your time is almost up. Public commentary and dialogue are allowed only during the public forum, not throughout the meeting. Please search for answers on common ground. You may speak on any topic, whether it is on the agenda or not. Your input will be taken into consideration. Please be advised that the board may discuss your issue during the meeting, but by law, the board cannot take action on items that are not on the agenda. Please do not discuss employee matters which may result in disciplinary action. Instead, notify the employee's supervisor, the Human Resources Department, or the superintendent. And with that, I'd like to call our first speaker, Alette Hansen.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Garcia, President Abeta, board members, and fellow constituents. I am almost at the end of my senior year as student body president at Santa Fe High School. Over the years, I've taken a lot of pride in my leadership and advocacy on behalf of my school. You may be wondering why I am here, as it is during the school day, and I hypothetically should be in class. I'm wondering the exact same thing. I had planned on attending this evening when I wouldn't have to miss class to make my voice heard. But alas, this board had not considered students, teachers, or anyone with a 9-to-5 job wishing to participate in the final public meeting before you select the next superintendent. The other day, I was sitting in my student government meeting with a group of amazingly smart, powerful, and opinionated students waiting to meet with representatives from the superintendent search team you all contracted. 30 minutes later, they had not shown up. No explanation was ever given, and my last email requesting a follow-up went unanswered. Considering this, I felt the voice of students at Santa Fe High couldn't go completely unheard. According to the February 27th board meeting minutes, you all spent around $60,000 contracting a PR firm, Carroll Strategies, to gather feedback, analyze data, and conduct public forums. Beyond my own negative experience, across 7 forums, they were only able to engage 63 community members in person. You serve 11,769 students, thousands of teachers, and even more parents and engaged community members. Percentage-wise, I would put that as an F on your report card. It's moments like these that make me think about the past investments of this district. I will never get over the resounding multi-million-dollar mistake that is standards-based grading. From keeping Rick Wormelli, the standards-based grading professional consultant on retainer, whose advice you unilaterally ignored, to the constant battle with PowerSchool, our insecure software that still hasn't properly adapted to the lackluster system this district dreamed up, we have wasted our precious taxpayer dollars. Beyond the money we wasted, our hearts continue to ache for the faculty we lost. SFHS has, including interim, had 4 principals in the last 4 years. We have lost teachers. I lost my spectacular junior year English teacher to the somehow simultaneous neglect and abuse from this school district. And beyond those our community lost, our teachers we somehow managed to keep are disillusioned and worn out with this board's leadership, and they have seen 0 effective effort to change that. And the mistakes don't seem to be slowing down. The horrific handling of the former superintendent's behavior is only topped by the unimagined, uninspired, lifeless effort to hire the new superintendent, as community involvement and, most importantly, student and teacher feedback was rushed, and based off of the 3 o'clock timing of this meeting, seemingly fell off of all of your desks. But I can't act surprised that student feedback isn't a priority. Because as I stand here at this podium, I recall all the time I spent advocating to an audience of board members scrolling on their phones, and the former superintendent literally walking out of the room as I was speaking. I have to reiterate my love and passion for Santa Fe High School. Most of my teachers have been nothing short of remarkable, and the students have brought so much love into my life. It is this love that has led me to advocate for better treatment of everyone in the SFPS community. A fair grading system designed to uplift students and prepare them for their future instead of burn them out. And now, for leadership that listens. So as you all vote for the future leader of Santa Fe Public Schools, I urge you to look in the mirror. Look at the leaders you are and acknowledge that we cannot stay on the same path. We need true accountability before the lawsuits start. We need open ears and hearts to those most directly invested in our educational system. And most importantly, we need someone who will enact the change we desperately need. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lucas Robbins.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Superintendent Garcia, members of the board. I'm Lucas Robbins, the student board member for Mandela Eco and Desert Sage, and I'm speaking today to express my grave concerns with the superintendent search process. The lack of student input throughout firstly, the timing of this meeting must be addressed. I'm lucky to be a senior with no class at the moment, but any other year, I would not have been able to speak on this important matter because I would have been in school. This is the last public meeting before this board moves forth with a decision on who will be the new superintendent, and holding it at such an inaccessible time for students, staff, and members of the public is a mistake. Do better. Next, I'd like to address the form that was sent out to students. If you review the responses, you'll notice a name missing, mine. This important form was sent via a remind message inevitably buried in student inboxes among the many other daily reminds from our individual schools, teachers, and administrators. Additionally, this form never reached Mandela students who are still using our Mandela email domain, such as myself. This is not the first time that this domain issue has led to Mandela voices not being heard. If you compare the number of form responses you receive to the number of students you claim to be serving, I have a hunch there will be a drastic lack of student representation. Do better. I have mentioned to this board many times the importance of meeting students where they are at, providing a time to listen to their input that fits their schedule, and emphasizing the importance of their feedback. When the issues we mention at public forum persist months later, why would students provide any input at all? I'm fortunate to have been able to provide my input, but when members of the search team never make an attempt to come into our schools, as was the case with Mandela, or simply don't attend the meetings they themselves plan, as was the case with Santa Fe High, student voices won't be heard, period. Do better. In a matter of minutes now, the board will enter a closed-door meeting to select candidates to interview. And who will be most affected by the decisions made? Students. Why then is there no student present in this meeting? After reviewing Board Policy 105, Meeting of the Board and Open Meeting Resolution, as well as the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, I'm confident that having a student in the room where the decision is made is not prohibited by law or policy. Why then is there no student representation, the group with the most to gain or lose, present in this room? I know many amazing students from many schools in the district, as well as 3 student board members who would cherish this opportunity and treat it with the dignity and respect it deserves. Do better. In my role as student board representative, I've done my best to represent the voice of the students of Mandela, Eco, and Desert Sage. But when my voice falls on your deaf ears, it's not just one perspective you're ignoring. It's the future you claim to be building. Do better. I feel like I know each of you. I respect each of you, and I appreciate each of you, and I believe that you want to act in the best interest of our students. That's why I know that you can do better. Thank you.
Okay, and we have an email from Jennifer Warren. I'm writing to thank Dr. Garcia for her quick response to our plea for support finding subs. It is greatly appreciated. I have asked Salva Romero, the SFPS volunteer coordinator, to be in touch to help get volunteers licensed to become substitute teachers. Sincerely, Jennifer Warren. And that concludes public forum.
Thank you. Union update. Is there anyone from the union? Okay. Action items, we've got 2 items. A is a reallocation of the 2021 general obligation bond funds for the Santa Fe High Activity Center. Board Member Bozay.
Thank you, President Abeyta. I come tonight as a representative from the CRC to ask for some reallocation of funds to cover this project. As you all might know, the Santa Fe High Old Commons building has been renovated to house the ROTC program with new classrooms and supporting facilities. Therefore, the CRC and the Operations Department wish to move forward with the demolition of the old activities center and replace that site with additional parking for students and sports activities. The building systems are past their useful life. The location is no longer appropriate to meet the modern campus security needs, and as stated, there is need for additional parking on campus. We propose the use of contingency from the 2021 GO bond to fund this project. You have the packet on your desk that the CRC was provided last week, and at the back of the packet, you can see the 2021 GO bond reallocations. Moving the $880,000 from contingency leaves us with a little under 1.4 million remaining in contingency should the board move forward with this reallocation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions from any of the board members? What are the wishes of the board?
I'll move approval of the reallocation of 2021 general obligation bond funds for Santa Fe High's Activity Center.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got 4 items on the consent. Under consent, is there anything that needs to be clarified or talked about before we vote on the consent items? Can I have a motion regarding the consent items?
President Abeyta, I move approval of the consent agenda.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, item 6 is our board discussion and possible action, budget overview and priorities. Dr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, members of the audience. We're going to try to get through our presentation in 30 minutes or less, so we're not going to, some of the slides we're going to go over a little more quickly than others. Let me move this over here to allow about 25 to 30 minutes. It's up to you for questions. Beverly Aguilar is our interim CFO who's at the podium. Robert Martinez, your former CFO, worked with us on this. From the business team, we have Regina Mascarenas, and thank you for, she's been right there with us, and Josh Granata also contributed to this presentation tonight, or this afternoon. Next slide. Who's driving for me, or am I supposed to do it myself? And if I do it myself, how do I do it? Okay. Is Bev doing it? Okay, thank you, Beverly. And this didn't print my notes, so Bev, you and I will have to just remind each other who's doing which slide, okay? I think I have the first part of this. So the timeline, we've already gone over it. I did note that if we don't approve the budget on the 8th, we could do it at the study session on the 15th. Usually, it takes them 10 to 14 business days to upload everything. But if it's needed, we'll do it. We'll come back and approve on the 15th. It could be that enough questions are answered that I will have direction about how to build a budget for the 8th. And if it's not acceptable, then we would go on to the 15th. That's another scenario. The strategy on the next slide, obviously solvency, cost efficiency, state requirements, right? Statutory requirements. And there are statutory requirements and board policy around balance, cash balance. I also want to review where ESSER and recurring expenditures were added for 24-25. And cuts and additions must be viewed for long-term impact to future budget years. And I'm counting that you all will be on the board for a while, so that, I like to use the expression, it's probably not that polite, but where all the bodies are buried, right? And so that you remember that as you move forward. As I've often said, I can work the numbers, I can build the budget, I know my way around a budget very well, but I can't pull numbers. So we have to have faith in our business services people, and I do have confidence in their work in terms of numbers provided. The board meeting on the 10th, you highlighted budget priorities, right, in terms of certain areas, right? And so we just highlighted those. There were new priorities. If you go to slide 5, substitute pay proposal. And that $2 million would be the total budget, meaning 100,000 new monies. Although Mr. Martinez mentioned to us that about 800,000 of this in that bar that you approved, I guess in January, I was not here, but do you remember that? Came from cash. So once again, cash. And the summer learning program that we talked about, we've budgeted 300, I believe it's 280. Okay, and then you heard about the spring budget workshop and all the things that we learned there. There isn't a lot of new stuff, right, Bev? You want to just hit a few highlights there?
Right, so what I'm going to go over today is, of course, there's a 4% salary increase for all public school personnel and a $15 minimum hourly rate, which we are already giving at this time. And then we're aligning all school nurse salaries with the existing 3-tiered teacher pay scale. However, the nurse salaries increases will not happen until they do the adjustments on 40-day. So right now, when we do the budget, we are not including, I think we have 6 nurses that are nationally board certified, and those will be adjusted on the 40-day count. We're also, they're also increasing the minimum salaries for each teacher licensure level. Level 1 from 50 to 55, level 2, 60 to 65, level 3, 70 to 75. The initial unit value was set, and they gave us the initial unit value at the spring budget workshop, and it's at $6,801.35, an increase of $247.60 from the 2024-25 final unit value. There's also some changes to the public school funding formula. They are now increasing the cost differential factors from grade 6 from 1.045 to 1.300, grades 7 through 12 from 1.250 to 1.300.
Before you go on to that, can you go back?
Sure.
So I know that questions came up about CTE and high school, and that's where you'll see that factor change there. Thank you, Bev.
You're welcome. They're also adding a salary differential for level 1 and level 2 registered school nurses who are certified. Okay, I just indicated that. It's a 1.5 final unit value cost index that they're appropriating for that. The at-risk index, they're removing the 3-year average of Title I English learners, ELs, and mobility, and they're replacing that with a 3-year average of family income index, increasing the multiplier from 0.33 to 0.40, and charter schools will now have their own at-risk index separate from the district. They're also including an EL standalone program, which is a 3-year average of ELs in 1 year and 2-year reclassified fluent English proficient student multiplier of a 0.30.
And we just need to, I don't know what that was, el standalone, but we'll fix that on the next go-around, standalone.
It's a separate...
Little bit of levity, right?
Right.
I mean, it's el standalone.
Well, it's the English language learner that they included in the funding formula, separate from the at-risk calculation. And so they're including a multiplier of 0.30, which is giving the district a lot more increase as far as dollars.
And before we
for
move
funding.
from that, because we still don't have the 910B5, we're fortunate that they have the tool where they can replicate it, but we did not have the factor until you heard from the analysts
From
late
last
last
night,
night.
yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that gave us an infusion of like 3 million, 3 something, which we didn't have at the earlier when I was having a panic attack. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, we're going to have an increase in the NIMSIA risk premiums. It's a 19.0149%, resulting in a $1 million increase for fiscal year 26. The insurance premiums are going to be about 1.1 million. Medical is 9.95% increase. Dental, 4%. And vision, there is no change to increase for vision, which is a total of like $2.1 million. We might have potential cash balance sweeps. There was talk at the spring budget workshop that one of the legislators indicated that they might be sweeping cash balances again, but that's just a rumor. Instructional hours and school calendars, 180 days in litigation, no change there for 25-26. Capital outlay, public school capital outlay, and Public School Finance Authority and RFR process, there's no change there. Transportation, process and guidance, no change. Student nutrition budget process and claim process, no change. And bilingual multicultural education programs, data and reporting and submittal of annual expenditure reports, that there's no change there as well.
And then I think I go next. And I spoke to our general counsel, and so most of this he already went over with you last time that we spoke. I was looking at to see what might be different that we didn't go over, because most of this stuff, items were signed. So are there any questions on slide 5 and 6? Mr. President.
President Abeyta, Dr. Garcia, am I reading correctly that there is additional CTE funding in that line item, in addition to the high school weight difference?
I believe that when, I
That
might
was
be
my,
wrong.
that was my understanding.
Well, the voc ed teacher's license was standard level 1, 2, or 3.
Uh-huh.
I think we already do that. The additional CTE could be funded in that additional factor in grades 6 through 12, but I see Dr. Gonzalez has her hand up. Mr.
Dr. Gonzalez.
Superintendent Garcia, President Abeta. The last item here is sufficient funding to require free menstrual products in public schools. I was told that they are not funding that anymore from the state. So are we funding it ourselves? And someone told, a parent approached me the other day to tell me that they aren't offering them anymore. So
I'll
I'm
have
just
to look
asking.
into that. Did we catch that, Josh? I'm not, so you're saying that it wasn't signed or didn't pass?
It was passed and it was signed, so yes, it's included in that.
Oh, I was told that it didn't get passed, but I don't know.
We'll look into it
Yeah.
and get
But we
back
will
to
look
you.
into it.
Yeah.
You bet. Any other questions on legislation? Okay to move on?
Yes.
All right, so slide 6, I know we have a new board member, and it's always good to have a little refresher, right? It's kind of like when you're at the mall and you have a map and it says you are here. Okay, so if we go to slide 6. So the state equalization guarantee is probably one of the most complex funding formulas in the country, but it's, we're one of 3 equalized states, right? Please go to slide 6.
I'm not sure what slide I'm on.
The next one.
The next one? Oh, this
There
one?
you go,
Okay.
basics of the SEG, thank you. So the state equalization guarantee, first of all, just the SEG, it's student-based, right? So every student counts as basically 1 unit. But then you saw those factors. So like, for example, if we go back and we look at, which was the one that had the one for high school or that shared the, okay, so if we looked at if you were a student who had the basic unit value, right, and you brought in that 6,000 plus, and your grade 7 through 12, you might generate 1.2 of the unit value. Does that make sense? So all these factors, a kid is 1 unit, but then you multiply these factors. So if you were special ed and ELL, and you were in a bilingual program on top of that, you might generate way more than just 1.0. Okay? That makes sense on the factors? And then there are other factors, at risk and for training, the training and, well, it used to be T&E, now it's called TIS or
TCI.
TCI. Okay, so does that make sense about that part of it? All right, let me continue. And it's equitable distribution, so regardless of where you live in the state, all the money goes into a big pot and is distributed, and that's why it's called a state equalization guarantee. There are credits that the state takes, so if you get federal funding, they take a credit, so it doesn't equalize, okay? It's responsive to student needs. As I just said, if you're low income, ELL, high mobility, you get additional funding. You know, when we talk about DEI or whatnot, it's almost inherent in the SEG, right? So it's kind of interesting how New Mexico will deal with all of this. But it is a complex formula, and the factors change depending on what the legislature does. Then, as I said, the foundational unit is the value, the foundational part of the SEG is the unit value, and the funding factors are the multipliers. So that's the basics of SEG. Any question about the state equalization guarantee?
Member Heffron.
Yes, please. Thank you, President Abeta. Superintendent, adjusted later during the school year. About what time is that? How much later into the school year?
For what?
For the adjusted later during the school year, it says about
Oh,
foundational
it could
funding.
be like after the 40th day, but then by the time they do all the calculations, we don't get the first adjustment till January or February.
Okay.
And then one year, they didn't adjust it at all, which is, I've never heard of, but they did that.
Okay.
And then they did a third adjustment one year. Do you remember that? Which was very peculiar. So, you know, it just, you never know. It's usually
Okay.
January, February.
January, February. Okay, thank you.
Now,
very much.
remember that we're on prior year funding.
Right.
So, like, what we're seeing in decreases in enrollment, we're looking at what we could have generated. And the idea behind prior year funding is so that you make plans now. Because it used to be it would hit you on your funding year and then you're really scrambling. But I think all of us tend to forget that in school districts and charters. And it's like, okay, this is our money, now let's spend it. Not thinking that they're saying, look at your enrollment and start making your adjustments so you don't have to do it all in one year. Okay? All right, the components of the operating budget. So I just talked about the operational, the second bullet, right? It is a subset of the operating budget. And those two words sound almost the same, right? So the operating budget is, I like to call it the mothership. It's where everything is in there, right? Is in the operating budget. And the operational budget that has the SEG is one of the biggest, well, it's not the biggest, but it's the one that you all tend to pay the most attention to, because you have special revenue and we don't get to build those budgets, right? That's formula based and it comes either from the feds or the state. And then you have capital outlay that's based on when you have a ballot initiative, like a bond or a mill levy, or we get a special appropriation, right? Or ETN, when we go out for vote, or debt service, right? Categorical funds used to pay principal and interest on your GO bonds or ed tech notes, okay? So operating the big mothership, big budget, operational, the SEG. All right. So any questions on those two? Okay. Slide 6, you want to go ahead and talk about that?
Yes. So on this slide, as you can see, our fiscal year 24 membership was 10,709. Fiscal year 25, 10,299. For a change in membership of 410, for an impact to our funding of $2.7 million, as you can see there.
So this is not an actual cut for this year, but this is how much revenue we would have realized for next year. So you can already plan that you're going to see $2.788 million less next year. Now, of course, that could be mitigated by bigger increases in the funding formula. Let's just say it stayed flat. It was a bad year or whatever, right? Or it went up by 1%. You already have a deficit built in coming in. So we've got to keep that in the back of our minds as we're building this year's budget. Okay.
And excuse me, also, President Abeyta, and does that mean if we have increased enrollment, where does the extra money come in when we all of a sudden next September see loads more students?
You'll get it that year if it's more than 1%. If it is less than
in January, okay.
If it is more, you'll see an adjustment, not if it's more than 1%. Unless, did they change the statute since I was gone? Okay.
No, it's still the 1% based on when they do the 40-day adjustments based on membership projections, which are submitted in October.
Okay.
They compare the 40-day projections in October to 40-day numbers. So if there's growth of 1%, then we'll get the additional funding at that time. Plus any new programs that happen at that time, adjustments to bilingual, national boards, they'll make adjustments at that point.
Now, and the other thing that's weird about how that unit value gets adjusted up and down is the state makes a projection, right, of what the units are going to look like. Because it's a state equalization guarantee with the entire state, if some district grows more, then the pie is static. So now you're dividing it up, right? And if enrollment didn't materialize in other places and the pie gets bigger, then we might, you know what I mean? So it's hard to predict. Okay, all right. And now we should go to slide the 124-25 operating.
Right, okay, so these were the budgeted numbers for this fiscal year. As you can see here, operational was $159,327,436.48.
Before you go on,
Okay.
so in operational, I left out two elements because I didn't want to get more confusing, and they're not as big. Ad valorem, that is the revenue, the special revenue from the city and the county?
Right, that's the local revenue fund from the ad valorem taxes that we pay. So it's a new fund that we created, which is 15200 fund, ad valorem,
And
local
then
revenue.
the IM are instructional materials. And you guys don't get to decide that. You get to decide how you spend it, but that's just an automatic that we get.
Okay, people transportation, we budgeted $4,276,364. Student nutrition, it was $8,007,579,000. Athletics and activities, $4,267,636.17. Grants and awards were like $30,263,265. Our capital outlay, which includes your mill levy, ETN, and GO bonds, $159,740,865.73. And our debt service fund, $123,783,959.03. For our total fiscal year budget of $489,667,105.41. So that was our operating budget for this year. Of course, we don't have numbers for next year yet. We're still working on the numbers. So all these next slides are our special revenue funds. As you can see, we have quite a few of them, but we have a lot of stuff pending for fiscal year 26. And the reason for that is because we don't get a lot of the award letters until probably May, June sometime. A lot of times the federal revenue funds need to be budgeted through a BAR after July 1, after the budget is approved. So at this time, we don't have, a lot of those amounts are pending.
And we're not going to go through the line items.
Yeah, no.
But for example, on the special revenue, I did see ESSER on there, but the grant ended. So did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of these are grant. And that's why I say, as a board, you put most of your attention on the operational budget, because that's where we have more wiggle room in building the budget. So much of the rest of this is all formulaic, or that we apply for certain grants. Okay.
Okay, our next slide is our capital outlay funds. As you can see here in fiscal year 25 for 31,100 fund bond building, we budgeted $78,182,561. Fiscal year 26, we're going to budget $81,443,770. Our 31,200 fund public school capital outlay, this year we had $1,241,565, and we're only going to carry over $3,326. Again, we might spend that before the end of the year, so it might be a zero balance for that fund. Our 31,400 fund special capital outlay state, this year we had $2,266,850. Next year we're proposing $1,771,850. In House Bill 33, 31,600 fund, $15,313,726, and we have 8 FTEs budgeted. For next year, it's $11,960,254 with 8 FTEs budgeted as well. 31,701 SB 9 local, we have $29,287,781 budgeted this year. Next year, it'll be $27,359,200. Your 31,703 SB 9 state match cash is $964,740, and it's going to remain the same for our next fiscal year. Our 31,900 ETN fund, $32,483,643 with 32 FTEs budgeted in that fund. And next year, it'll be $30,251,129 for 32 FTEs as well.
Okay, Vice President Noble.
Thank you. Why are HB 33 and SB 9 dropping? Why are those amounts lower?
I really don't have the answer, so I'll have to look, unless Beverly does.
I don't have an answer either, but I believe maybe they just, it might have been an encumbrance. Sometimes they encumber the monies, so we kind of use that as, we take your expenditures, your encumbrance. So it might be less. If we disencumber these funds before the end of the fiscal year, our cash balance will be higher for next year, so we'll be budgeting more than that. So for now, it's just an estimate.
Because I'm guessing those, like the ETN, there's sort of a whole number for a period of time
Right.
before we go for reapproval, so it depends on what we spend.
Yes,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
if they've been pre-encumbered more than what we spend, we disencumber those amounts at the end of the year, and then they'll have to do a PO at the beginning of the year to re-encumber those monies, those dollars.
Mr. President, if I may?
Yes.
Mr. Romero or Dr. Weaver, any of you want to enlighten us? Otherwise, you can enlighten me later, and I'll come back and answer that
Yeah.
question. It's up to you.
And just to say, I think I understand that as opposed to something that sort of, I mean, we talk about it as a mill levy, but it's a mill levy once it's been approved for a chunk of time rather than each year. So it's not like we get a certain amount each year. It depends on how we spend down
That's right.
that chunk over 4 or 6
That's
years,
right.
whatever it is.
That is correct.
Okay.
We need him? He's here. He's ready. Thank you. Are you good? I guess
think
you're
we're
you're
good.
off the hook. Okay. All right, debt service.
Okay, now on to debt service. In our debt service fund, for this fiscal year, we have county tax collection amount, $508,970. Next year, $530,000. Our bond principal payments for this year were $38,125,000. Next year, $41,475,000. Bond interest payments this year, $7,045,325. Next year, $7,227,875. Other services this year was $5,500. Next year will be like $6,000. And then we balance the budget in a debt service reserve object code, which is $78,099,164 this year. Next year will be $78,545,083. Any questions on this debt service?
Before she begins on this, and these are numbered weird, but let me tell you what we did. Really freak you out. I took the presentations from the last 4 years, just to kind of capture like what we had done before and where we were at. And then some are PowerPoint and some are Google Docs, and they were all PDF'd. So Alma un-PDF'd them and made me a mega document. So some of these have been a little difficult to edit, and I can tell you at 1:30, I was still on the computer in Albuquerque with them, finishing this presentation up. So, we were just like down to the wire in terms of getting numbers and refining, so I apologize for some typos and whatnot, but some of it, the formatting is a little weird, and that's what's going on, and I apologize for that. But we wanted to make sure we had good context from the previous years. Anyway, I shouldn't have told them our secret, huh? Go ahead.
Right.
But it got us through, right, Beverly?
That's right.
And Regina? Okay.
Okay, the next slide is our SEG tool that I use to compute the the SEG amounts.
Now, let me just say something. It says 910B5 in parentheses. It really should maybe be quotes. This is SFPS SEG tool, but it pretty much matches. And the number that I didn't have was the ELL. We didn't even have that cell last night. So that's kind of where some of the happened. But go ahead and go through this slide, Bev.
Okay. So as you can see here in special education, the impact will be $2,560,000. Bilingual ed, $127,000. At risk there's going to be a loss of $1,917,000. And the reason for that is because they revised the funding formula to take out the mobility rate, EL learners from the at-risk calculation and moved it into the English language learner, as you can see the bottom one. So the calculation there, that's, they adjusted it. So you're going to see more.
And on that point, if I may, Mr. President, we didn't have that factor last year, correct?
No, we did
So
not.
that's why you see 0. So when they built the tool, that's why we didn't have that row in the tool.
We're going to see an increase of $483,000 in TCI. Fine arts, $69,000. Elementary PE, $137,000. National board certification, $72,000. And the English language learner, there's an increase of $6,241,000. For a total impact of $7,772,000 increase.
So before we go to the next slide, It would be great to just stop on that page for just 1 minute, right? And say, yay, we're 7,772,000 in the black. But wait, there's more. So let's go to the next slide. It's a little bit of red, okay? So the estimate of the 4% salary increase is about 3.345 million, right? So you got new revenue, one hand giveth and one hand kind of taketh away. And then we have the estimation of the tier minimums, and that's the gap, right? Remember, you first do the 4%, and then if you're not at the minimum, so that was estimated, right, Bev, at almost
Right.
924,000. And then the NIMSIA benefit increase and the NIMSIA risk premium increase, that's 6,424,000. The SEG, right? And then we have operational impacts, and that's coming up. So it would seem like we would be at 1.3 million. And where happened to the operational impact page?
The actual,
It got moved over. Well,
this one here? Yeah, additional
yeah,
impacts?
except on my document, it didn't get, it's not in that, it was in a different place. So I'm glad you said that, Vice President Noble. So, okay, so now we start off in the black, right? 1.348 million. That's just without asking to add anything new.
Hang on, just to say, it's 3 pages on in our packets here.
It's what?
This slide. Okay.
There's 3 pages in between, I think,
Yeah.
for the impacts, the
Yeah.
ESSER
And the
impacts.
numbers
and-
aren't really reflecting,
No,
but we're
if we-
keeping up.
But if we could go to this slide, the one that we're on, we just start with, okay, if we just stay with the 1.348 million, we're good. But then we have summer learning, right? So that's 300,000. And then the increased budget for substitutes. Remember, we're looking at adjusting salaries. Okay, that's 100,000. And then site FTE, a request that we got from the sites. And if we look at, go to that page that looks like an Excel spreadsheet, here we go. I worked with Ms. Romero after they all met with their teams and determined that these were FTE that were being requested. The dual language coach, bilingual, I didn't get the site on that one, Vanessa? It's at Sweeney, okay. So, it appears that these are either tied to increased enrollment in those particular grades. There were a lot of things that were kind of wish list, but those got taken off. And these were it appeared to be what they really need. Now, we may go back and revisit this one more time. Class size overloads. There's a new statutory requirement, and I couldn't remember. Is it K2? K2. Yeah. Before, we could give a stipend of some sort. Now you have to add an actual teacher. That came up to 487,000. So the site request adds 1.2 million that we're asking for, okay? That doesn't mean we're going to get it, but that's what's being asked. All right, now and I picked the things that fit with board priority, health and wellness, counselors and nurses, music and art, right? Okay, then we look at the department requests, and we're going to have to revisit these, but it came like safety and security, that was 2 safety aides at Capitol and Santa Fe High. We have compliance issues that we can't keep up with, that we need a Title IX investigator. We might have to revisit that and look at a contract. The hub services contract, I think that's in twice, now that I look at it. Beverly, we'll have to check and see if that's in twice. But anyway, looking at all of this and a reduction of the extra comp, which helped a little bit, we're at 778,000. Okay? If we look at the next slide, this is ESSER that was moved to operational in this year's budget. And because we don't do zero-based budgeting and we start with the base budget, this is already in there. That adds another $3.7 million, right? Now, it's in the budget, but as I said, and what Robert has said, these were recurring expenditures that was put into a non-recurring budget. Some of that was handled through cash, or we could say it's in the base and you can just keep it there. But we know we got a funding shortfall that's coming next year just because of declining enrollment. So we may need to go through and look at this again to see what is critical, what meets priorities, to whittle some of this down. There's a lot of things that are in here that are not requirements by the state, right? Because the state equalization guarantee is all about certain programs and whatnot. And so some of these enrichment things that we had under ESSER are not necessarily funded out of the operational. Now, if you wind up keeping this, we want to make sure that everyone is aware that this is soft money. You can't guarantee it's going to happen every year. And again, when I say you'll all be here again the following year, that we earmark this so that you keep in mind that this is soft money. So back to the net.
On this one?
Mm-hmm.
The ESSER to operational. Just noticing there are 5 truancy coaches and there are
Yes.
5 attendance coaches on the previous. Are those different people?
Where do you see that? 5, you see 5 here in under ESSER, yes.
Under ESSER at 465, and then on the previous slide.
It's like they want to keep it, so they were more
No,
cognizant.
I understand, but
Oh.
the previous slide, if you would.
Can you go to the previous slide,
See,
Ben?
there's equity and diversity, 5 attendance coaches.
Right, I think that she was saying, she recognized that it was Crystal Ivada recognized that it is duplicative, and I didn't catch that. But she was asking for, can we keep it?
Okay,
Other
but we're looking at
people-
5, not 10, in terms of what we
Exactly,
want to
it's just the
fund.
5.
Okay,
But what happened is most people just took it that it's in the base
Uh-huh.
and didn't advocate, can we keep it? They just assume that they're going to have it. And so, but yes, that's kind of what I want to do, is go back with the departments on ESSER and really determine. We also have a little budget creep where there were, creep as an action, not as a noun. Anyway, where we, there's no reason that budget can't be fun. That it's, we have a few that were positions that were not budgeted. That we got to go back and see, okay, can we really afford it? What I am recommending is, you all gave us priorities, is that I'd like to go back now that we have better numbers and go back through and meet, because they did the first cut with staff, which I didn't do, right? They met with the departments, they met with the sites. I want to go back now with the department heads and go over this and see, okay, we all want stuff, but what do we really need? And come back with a recommendation to you. And you could decide, you know what, we want to fund all of it, take it out of cash, and, we'll just do it. And go through another year. Or you might say, you know what, we like this halfway, the midway, and here's the solution. So I can give you like 3 scenarios, draconian, midway, and keep it where it's at. Because you could pick it up from cash and be at 3%, but you have to promise yourselves that you won't forget for next year.
Well, and also with our cash, there's always the threat of it being swept.
Exactly.
If we don't have 3 and we have more than 3. So
Correct.
we need to be reminded of that also
It's-
when we
yeah,
make this
so it's a
decision.
tension, right, of looking at all these pieces.
President Abeyta, Dr. Garcia, I was looking and was curious if there was going to be a line item on there. It's probably in another bucket, but because we're talking about adjusting for substitute teachers, I'm curious what the contract amount is that we pay ESS now.
So the whole total will be 2 million.
Uh-huh.
It's, with your budget adjustment that you did in January, it was about 1.9. To increase the salaries where they need to get an 85% fill rate will be 100,000, so it'll be 2 million.
Yeah. I guess what I'm wondering, just as, maybe as you go back to the teams to talk about that, is that the best use of money? I know that we found ourselves in a similar situation with security guards, and
Oh, bringing it back in?
when we brought it back in, there was cost savings and we were able to pay people more, and the retention has been great in that program. And so I'm just wondering if there could possibly be cost savings there as well as
I think we could discuss
efficiency.
it. I have spoken to Jeanette about that, and I don't know, I think, is she in here? Not, Mr. Exner, do you want to comment on that at all? Or you want to just wait and then we'll come back? Looks like we're going to wait and come back. I know it's a little more complex
member
and
Heffron
gearing
was-
back up again.
Board
Wait.
Member Heffron.
Oh, go ahead.
Actually, she just asked my question. I saw that 100,000 on substitutes and was wondering what that number really represented.
100,000 is an increase in pay so that it's more competitive, so that they can hire more subs to get up to, I think it was 85 or 88% fill rate.
Okay.
And what we're also need to tighten up, and I don't think we've been tough enough on this. I know I'm like the bad grandma that came back and made everybody eat their vegetables. They'll be glad when I'm gone. But is that we have a lot of supplementals in there and EA, people actually wanting to sell their preps. And so then sometimes we don't always use the subs. And so that was like another 500,000 in additional compensation. And it's a mixed bag, right? You have people come here and complain that they don't want to sell their preps, they're burnt out, and other people that plan on selling their preps because they make extra money. And so it's a mixed bag, but if we're trying to have them have their planning time to plan, and so we need to be a little tighter, and I'm looking at you guys out there that supervise the schools, and my recommendation is if they're going to be selling their preps, the superintendent should just sign off on it, because it seems like it's kind of gotten a little more than we would want.
Okay, thank you.
Vice President Noble.
So yeah, and just continuing on that, having a little bit of experience with substitutes myself, like tiny. It is such a complicated thing, and I would ask that if we look into it, it sounds like a good idea, but the administrative burden of calling around to see who's available, I would think needs to be assessed. And of course, it is one that actually makes sense to me to have an agency that you can just call and say, we need a sub, and we need to get subs in those classrooms better and more, and addressing their pay is part of it, certainly. I would also say, just like, we see in, I don't know, police overtime or things like that, if people get used to selling their preps as part of their income, we need to be careful before we yank that back, given that we've been reeling it out for quite some time. So this is one, I think it takes a great deal of care. I'm not uncomfortable with $2 million being that. I don't know if that includes the selling the prep budget,
No,
but.
does it?
So overall, sort of understanding that would be worthwhile.
My guess is, on that point,
Yeah.
Mr. President, if
Yeah.
I may, is that I think we're looking at maybe cutting that back to maybe 250, because I think you have about half that don't want to sell their prep and they're burnt out, and probably half that do. And if we up this and they get to an 88% fill rate by doing that 100,000, I mean, just off the top of my head, because I think Jeanette has talked to me about it, that it would be really hard to now stop and gear up and try to take this back, and there's been a lot of benefit to have it, they're more efficient, is to give it another year to see if the increase in pay made any difference. And then probably do a quick little study on how it's working in December so that we can plan for your budget for the following year. And if we are going to bring that in-house, it gives HR 6 months to staff and prepare if they're going to bring that system back in.
Yeah. And just one more thought on that. It's for big schools, like our comprehensive high school, Santa Fe High and Capitol, it might even make sense to have substitutes on staff, if you will, because there's going to be a vacancy somewhere in those schools every day. Okay.
They do that. They pick certain people that they use all the time, and they're like this regular pool. And actually, with Ms. Warren, I had actually said I'm going to talk to Sabra about seeing if we could have volunteers. And so if we can pay their background fee and their license fee, which would be $120, there may be volunteers who would be willing to sub as well as part of their volunteer work.
And I do want to mention that we do have long-term subs in the high schools at Capitol and Santa Fe High, like 3 of them budgeted.
And are those budgeted as substitutes or as staff?
It's a long-term. The
Go
money
ahead,
was
deputies.
transitioned from the sub pool to the sites.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, just going back to I like the words attendance coaches, so I'm going to stick with that rather than truancy. It looks like that number is not in the 778,000 on the department FTE, because that line item is empty, but
Because it's already in the budget.
got it, but, well,
Right?
but it is
Right.
in the
Because
ESSER.
But the ESSER is all in the budget.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, all of the ESSER
She was
monies-
just being proactive because she
Yeah.
thought, don't cut my attendance coaches.
I see. So, okay, I'm sorry, and it says it very big on top of that. So all of this 3.7 of previous ESSER money has been built into the operational
Right.
budget.
Because it was in the base budget.
Great, thank you.
Okay, but given that, though, there's going to be a deficit of 1.1. Okay.
If we did
But it's
everything, if
built
we did
in, so it's
everything
not
that
as-
was
yeah.
on here, and we just put it all in a little bow and didn't do any work on it, but I do think.
But it would
would be-
include everything that
Yeah,
is an
and I
ESSER.
think we
Okay.
would- at least I wouldn't be doing my job with them if we didn't just take another look at this and then bring you back options to approve, because.
I think you did
still-
double count the 100,000, so it might be
On
closer to
the-
$1 million
on
on the
the-
subs. It
on the
appears
subs?
twice, yeah.
The 100,000 does?
Mhm.
On 2 different, okay, so it probably didn't come off one of the spreadsheets.
We'll look at that.
But that's, slightly better.
It is.
It is, a 0.1 helps.
Okay, so next steps is you'll
Well,
go through it one more time with a fine tooth comb.
that's what I'd like
and-
to do if you all tell me to, and I'm trying to look at it through the lens of your priorities,
Yes.
if that makes sense, safety, wellness, recruitment, retention, those sorts of things that you all talked to me about. I also wanted to just mention to you, for your viewing pleasure, is that I added the slides that we went over the last presentation for reference, so they go behind the thank you and ask questions if you want to look at stuff that we talked to you about earlier. All right?
Okay, so the goal at the next meeting would be to approve a balanced budget.
I would love to if we can, and if we can't and we get sent back to do more homework, then we do the 15th.
Okay. Vice President Noble?
Have they said when they will give you the official tool?
Last year, they got it on the day the budget was due.
Right.
Literally.
I'm hoping, because I did talk to Sarah, the director at Public Education Department, and she told me that she's going to try to get that to me by tomorrow. So she's working on
Which
it.
would really help, because then, you know, I mean, we're trusting what we did, and I bet it's going to be,
It's going to be very close because I
close.
pretty much calculated it and it's pretty close.
but it would be great to actually have the tool. And that's, you know, we didn't have the tool, we didn't have that ELL in there because it wasn't a factor last year. Makes sense. I mean, I could see how that happened. But they're great, you know, and Robert was so much help, and they've been wonderful, and the staff have been great to pitch in, and really appreciate everyone's work on this. And now that we've got a lot of work, you have your work ahead with the superintendent search, but my side of it is almost finished. I can also devote more time to this now. And thank you.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
High five, Beverly, you did it. It's her first one.
Okay, so Dr. Gonzalez, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
President Abeyta, we're going to move into executive session where we're going to discuss the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property, NMSA 1978 10-15-1H8, P&M utility easement at Bus Barn site. We're also going to discuss limited personnel matters, NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H. We're going to review superintendent candidate packets and select interviewees.
Okay, right, there's a motion. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so we'll be in executive session.
Test, yep.
Okay, so I would like to have a motion to come out of executive session.
I'd like to move us out of executive session where we had a discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property, NMSA 1978 10-15-1 H8 P&M utility easement at Bus Barn site. We also discussed limited personnel matters, NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, reviewed superintendent candidate packets and select interviewees. And no action was taken.
Okay, there's a motion. Can I have a second?
I second.
All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, action items. Item number 8A is P&M utility easement and Bus Barn site.
President Abeyta?
Yes, Board Member Bozay.
Can you hear me?
Our mics are on, but
Can you hear me? Okay.
they're just going in and out.
I would like to move to grant the easement, the P&M utility easement at the Bus Barn site as we discussed in executive session.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, the next item is slate of new superintendent interviewees. The board would like to move forward with interviewing Almundina Abeyta, Fabiola Cantu, Christine Griffin, and Neil Weaver. 4 candidates. And as part of the advanced planning, the calendar will be as followed. It's also on advanced planning, but it's directly related to the interview process for these 4 finalists. The first, we will have interviews on the 29th from 4:30 to 8:30. Those will be conducted in an executive session with the board and the 4 candidates. On the 30th, we will have a forum, 2 forums, one at 4 p.m. and another forum at 6 p.m., and they will be here in this room. We would like to have an executive session on the 1st at noon to discuss the interviews and the forums. And then we would also like to schedule a meeting on the 6th at 2 p.m., an executive session. And then going back to the forum, we'd like to have an executive session on the agenda in case the board wants to meet and discuss the candidates after the forum on the 30th. So again, the 29th, interviews of the 4 candidates from 4:30 to 8:30 p.m. The 30th, we'll have 2 forums, one at 4, one at 6. We will have an executive session on the 1st at noon, and then we will have a meeting on the 6th at 2 p.m.
Board President Abeta.
Yes.
I think it's proper if you have a motion with respect to the candidates that the board have selected. I don't think you need a motion with respect to all of the meetings and whatnot.
Okay, then Vice President Noble, do you want to make motions?
I will go ahead and make a motion that we move forward with interviews for the 4 candidates the president named on April 29th, and then the candidates, that we move forward with interviews with those 4 candidates.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so we have the advanced planning calendar on the agenda. Unless there's anything that we need to discuss, I think we're,
President Abeta,
yes, Board Member Bozay.
maybe. I would just like to suggest that the public keep an eye out for details on how the forums will work. We have that listed as a finalist forum based on the interviews, which may or may not be all of the folks that we interview. And they are broken up. Public is welcome to both forums, but then we will break them up as far as who's asking questions during which group. And
Thank
those
you.
details will be released tomorrow.
Great, thank you, Board Member Bozay. Okay, anything else on advanced planning? With that, we are adjourned. Thank you.